Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our reenactment of the game. Today we'll have a walkthrough of the first 200 years of rugby football. Here we go. In England, in the 1820s, pupils at Rugby School and other schools play a game known as football. Using a ball made from a pig's bladder, players are allowed to handle the ball, but not run with it. There are no set amount of players in a team, whole houses play against each other.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Rugby School for a very special occasion. We're celebrating 200 years of the game of rugby football, as we have been throughout this year of 2023. The game, of course, established in 1823, and we have here a reenactment of the game here on the Close, where it all began. Commentary and indeed rugby legend John Taylor is going to be leading our chat through the day. Not least, we have two very special games coming up later on. Here, though, we see an original version of the game where it all began. And John, this is very special, isn't it?
The whole occasion is very special indeed, and I think what you immediately got a feel for watching the boys is how much it was football in those days. Kicking, and I think the reenactment we're going to see is with William Webb Ellis picking up the ball and running with it. But it was, of course, not the code of football that most schools played. In fact, they all played different codes, but it was basically football closer to soccer than to rugby.
And of course, what strikes is the sheer number of people on the field as we see them all there.
Yeah, well, as I understand it, every school had its version. So you had the Eton Wall game, things like that. And I think historically the people who've really gone into it are telling me that the two opposition schools, they're out. This is William Webb Ellis suddenly picking it up and running with it. Well, they've got a quickie. You can tell he's a winger. That was William Webb Ellis.
A very special moment. I never knew William Webb Ellis had such pace.
Peter Green, the headmaster here at Rugby, was telling me a few months back when we did an interview, he was very keen that people knew that William Webb Ellis did exist, that he was a local boy from Rugby, so he was in the day house, was a day boy at the school, and that it wasn't all myth. We're still not sure how he got away with picking up the ball and running with it, but we've seen it.
Rugby school's got a fine spirit of adventure about it, hasn't it?
It really has.
So here now we've skipped forward as we race through 200 years of the game to 1839 when the first caps were awarded. Queen Adelaide presenting them. No prizes for guessing who Queen Adelaide is out on that field. And of course, caps have become incredibly important and special through the years. I mean, you'll have some experience of that yourself, a special moment for any rugby player receiving a cap.
Well, the remarkable thing, of course, is that they were actually playing in them. We'd certainly, there'd be no place for that now. But yeah, right, getting your cap was always very special. And funnily enough, when I played for the Lions, we didn't actually get caps in those days, and then only about, I suppose it was now 15 years ago, the Lions, to celebrate one of the anniversaries, gave every living Lion a cap to commemorate their tours. But as you can see, the girls, they must have had, I don't know whether they use hair grips or what, but keeping a cap on is almost an impossibility, one would have thought, in a contact game like rugby.
And it's a windy day as well. They're doing well to keep them on. Replica leather ball being used, being provided specially for the occasion by Gilbert. And of course, that leather ball survived all the way through to, what, about 1991, didn't it? Slippery as a bar of soap.
Did indeed. When it was wet. I mean, the ball that I played with was still a leather one, but now there's such high-tech balls. Gilbert have just come out with this intelligent rugby ball. It's got sensors in it, so you can actually monitor the spin and everything else, and get a lot of feedback in terms of data.
It's absolutely incredible, isn't it? And I suppose we're always seeking that next bit of knowledge we can get from the game, and the ball, the latest to provide it.
Yeah, and of course Gilbert, to carry on that association, they're celebrating the 200 years too, because Gilbert were shoemakers in Rugby, and they immediately started to produce a rugby ball that could be obviously used in this new game at Rugby School, and they've stayed with it ever since.
We move on to 1845 now, racing through the years. This is where the rules, and I am correctly saying rules at present, the rules were sanctioned by levy. The rules then became laws, as you might be able to see on the screen in the background.
And ended on the 28th of August. The work was done by 3 senior pupils at Rugby School after they received instructions to codify the game of football.
Always been a point of some consternation, hasn't it? Making sure that they're called laws rather than rules.
It became an absolute no-no to ever call them rules, and particularly the English were very, very sensitive about it. If you talked about rules, you'd get a lot of tut-tutting going on, and some of the senior figures in the Rugby Football Union would come on down on you like a ton of bricks. I remember saying it once in commentary, and somebody came up saying, "They're laws, John. They're not rules."
People feel very strongly about these things. Very strongly. We're shortly going to be moving towards the first ever international, which was in 1871, England versus Scotland. And 10 of the players were Rugbians in that game. But a game that I believe now, and this is through the archives of my own memory, I believe was won by Scotland, as has become the norm in recent times. And just looking at our notes here of where we are on the timeline, house colours have been awarded at Rugby School since the 1840s for rugby football. And in 1870, colours began to be awarded for players of the first 15, as we see the players for that first international running out. Scotland in blue and England in white.
The first international match takes place in Edinburgh between England and Scotland. 10 of the players are Rugbians. Frank Tobin, Blake, A. Davenport, School
And of course, by
House.
1871,
J.M.
schools all over the
Gallagher,
country were playing rugby
J.H. Clayton,
to a fairly
School
high
House.
standard, and to have
J.F. Green,
10 players from one school
Amsted,
lining up is
A.G.
astonishing, really,
Gilmar,
regardless of the era.
Yeah, and it does just show that the
School House,
links between rugby and rugby are absolutely
and
fierce.
Stokes, Arnold,
Oh, indeed.
D.P. Turner, Town.
Following the conclusion of the presentation of the players here, we're going to learn about the first general meeting where the Rugby Football Union first came together, formed by 21 clubs and schools.
Rugby Football Union is formed by
Rugby School
21
wasn't
clubs and
represented
schools.
though Rugbians
Although
are in
Rugby School
attendance.
is not represented, Rugbians are in attendance. And the first few
And I suspect,
rules
once
drawn
again,
up by
clawed from the archives of my own mind. I think a few of them would have been Oxford and Cambridge students. I believe they were both represented in those early meetings.
1875 now, and we see the introduction of referees, when the option to have an umpire as a sole arbitrator.
Now, as we see, we've moved on to 1875, and this was when referees were first introduced. And I suppose the introduction of a referee is when a game really becomes a competition as opposed to a game, doesn't it?
The interesting thing to me, going back to, funnily enough, when I started playing, the laws were very, very strict. And for example, a readjustment could very often be called as a knock-on. There was none of that providing you actually gathered it in before it hit the ground. And for a long time, if you fumbled at all, that was enough. Scrum the other side.
I suppose in part that was why the scrum was somewhat of a speedier process at the time.
Well, you moved it away, and it's a very strange to think, really. I mean, okay, it is a long time ago, but it's not that long ago that the laws were very, very different to the way they are now. I mean, rugby has continued to evolve down the years at a considerable pace, and certainly the game that the guys are playing now is not even anywhere near the same as the game I was playing in the 1970s.
And nowadays we see a very fast and sort of adaptation of laws, constant tweaking. Was that, you know, through the 60s and 70s, was that as prevalent, or was it more of a slow process?
It's been a steady process. I mean, for example, things like lifting in the line-out have only come in relatively recent times. You weren't allowed to lift at all. Again, it was an offence that was penalisable by a penalty if you actually tried to lift one of your own men. So it's been a constant evolution. I mean, I think some people think it's sort of been set in stone for a long time now, but it hasn't. It always has evolved.
And speaking of evolution, we're into 1876 now, and Rugby School reduces the number of players on each team from 20 to 15, a move made by universities in 1875 and to be taken up by international teams in 1877. And I suppose 15 aside, we're slowly on the field here, starting to see the shoots of the game we all recognise now. We've introduced referees. We're now down to the correct number of players. We're slowly getting there.
Yeah, and of course, at that time, no replacements at all. So if you actually lost a man through injury, you were down to 14 men or 13 men or whatever. And again, it's only been very recent that you've gone up, and a lot of people, myself included, think it's not necessarily a good thing for the game that we've gone up effectively from 15 players involved to 23, which means that you're starting to breed more specialist positional players like props who can't even last for 80 minutes, but they're there to do what the South Africans call their bomb squad job for 60 minutes, and then they're replaced. Whereas the old battle between two front rows and you've finally got the better of your man, at the moment you get that, you're off and someone else comes on.
Well, quite, and if we take that from the context of what we've just seen in front of us, we're now playing a game really that involves more players than it ever has done going back 200 years.
Absolutely, yeah. And there's quite a move still. I mean, I can see it happening over the next few years. Quite a number of ex-players in particular from around the world have formed lobby groups and pressure groups to bring down the number of replacements, so that because it has changed the face of the game, there's no question about it. Certainly scrummages now are, I mean, enormous tests of strength. You've got these giants in the front row.
It certainly has. We just saw on the field actually that the first ever woman to play rugby, Emily Valentine in Ireland, and now on the field we have the first ever inter-schools game, rugby against Cheltenham College, and Cheltenham College have kindly donated some shirts for today's event, those famous red and black hoops. That was in 1896. And when we consider what a foundational part of most people's rugby upbringings, inter-club and inter-schools games are, that it took, what, 70 years for the first one to exist. International selection must have been a nightmare.
again, things like Lions tours, of course, selection came down as to whether you could get the time off to go. So there was, again, very often quite a few students. Oxford and Cambridge very highly represented in the early Lions teams, partly because they were able to take 4 months off.
Well, that's the bit that I suppose a lot of people, well, two parts that a lot of people nowadays wouldn't necessarily compute. A, that people had to get time off work. B, the amount of time they had to get off work. It's not a 6-week tour like it is now. It was a quarter of a year, a third of a year.
Yeah, I mean, I went on 2 Lions tours and they were both 3.5 months. But the tour in 1966, the one before I first toured, was I think 4.5, nearly 5 months.
Well, no wonder such an importance was placed on getting along. So we are now at 1923, 100 years ago, the centenary game at Rugby School, and on the field in his top hat, marching onto the field, is Mr. Jiggles, as he was known. And would you believe it? It was England and Wales versus Scotland and Ireland. What an incredible game to have here for a 100-year anniversary.
Yeah, I've got a jersey somewhere at home, I think, which is red and white quarters from one of those combined side games that we had. Another one that we went to stripes instead of quarters, but they were always used as landmark anniversary games, England and Wales against Ireland, Scotland.
And they're the sort of games I always think. I thought it was a great thing to see the World 15 come back for that Barbarians game a couple of weeks back. But those sort of games, I think, are a real miss in the modern game. Those sort of special occasion composite teams. Let's try something fun. It's a real shame to miss out on those now.
It's a professional game, at war with itself in some ways as to who owns the players and who's got the right to call on their services, looking after their welfare and everything else. So it's a very different world.
We're up to the 1930s now, and you may recognise that there are hockey sticks on the field at the moment. But that is because we're talking about the Laurel School, which was founded in 1872 here at Rugby School, and they still play football, or play rugby football rather, at Wroxall Abbey. The girls played hockey and then thought, we fancy that leather pig's bladder.
Well, that's them symbolically dumping their hockey sticks, is it?
I wish a modern day scrum went as fast as that one, let me tell you. And we're going to jump forwards in the next scene as the girls make their way off to 1939 and the first public school seven-a-side at the onset of World War II. Of course, the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens, one of the most long-standing and prestigious sevens tournaments in the world, schoolboy or not. Do you ever get the opportunity to play at the Rosslyn Park Sevens?
Not at the Rosslyn Park Sevens. I was a grammar school boy, and it tended to be the public schools that played there. But we still, even, I mean, now sevens has become virtually a separate sport, and they have special training regimes and specialist players who only play sevens. But my day, we did play a great deal of sevens, and the Middlesex Sevens, the final tournament of the season, was always a huge occasion, and all the top players played in those games. I think, you know, I won it. I won it with Loughborough, funnily enough. It was my first test of the big time in 1966, but they won it another 3 times, I think, with London Welsh.
It's a fantastic game, sevens. And in the 1960s, women's rugby union started to come to the fore. And of course, the growth of women's rugby, particularly in the last decade or so, has been astonishing.
And the development of the game has gone hand in hand with that. It's been terrific. I mean, I can remember watching some of the very early women's rugby games, and the difference in quality to the rugby that they're playing now is chalk and cheese. And one of the things I actually rather like about women's rugby now, it's sort of closer to the stage that we were in the game we used to play.
It certainly is. And actually, a little break while we wait for the next group to come onto the field. You spoke about the sevens becoming almost a separate sport, whereas in the women's game, actually the two are much more interlinked. We see lots of players moving from one to the other for a bit of fitness, or just to get some game time, or just because they basically are good at it. It's much closer to what people like me might refer to as the true form of the game, I suppose.
Well, I think there have been a couple of law changes in recent years that have almost backfired on the game, so that the whole pick and go concept and rucking is nowhere near the sort of rucking that we used to play, and it's a very difficult one to get right, because I would argue that the present situation is more dangerous than you might have got your back raked by an all-black pack running over the top of you, but there was no damage done.
Well, quite. We're on to the World Cup now. We're into 1987, the first ever men's World Cup. Won, of course, by New Zealand. Many of you will remember David Kirk lifting that trophy. John Kerwin with that incredible try against Italy. And next up, it's the 91 World Cup. And I guess that is where your affinity with the World Cup truly begins in terms of the sort of public's perception of it. Your first commentary on a Rugby World Cup. Yeah,
ITV got the rights to do the BBC did the first tournament, and Bill McLaren, the doyen of all rugby commentators, commentated on that. But then ITV bought the contract and have done it ever since.
Of course, I should say.
Sorry. Where you're absolutely right is we all knew before the tournament began that New Zealand were red-hot favourites. I, in fact, made a film about it, and they wanted to just do a documentary on the World Cup, and I said to the producers, no, what we should be doing is a film on why New Zealand are definitely going to win this World Cup, and that's what we did in the end. And it was mainly because they were already much more professional, in inverted commas.
Their boot money was a bit better than others.
Well, it wasn't just boot money, it was more time given to training, so they had sinecures as jobs.
Of course, 1991 was also the first Women's World Cup, followed by 95, 99, 2003, that very special one, 2007, 2011, 2019, and almost fortuitously, one will fall on the 200th anniversary of the game this year in France, the 2023 Rugby World Cup, and the 2023 Bicentenary year here at Rugby School, as everyone that has been out there on the field comes out to take the applause of the audience. Well, that was a good trip through memory lane there, or beyond memory.
Yes, a fantasy trip. With a cast of hundreds.
Well, I'm told that It was a real honour for all the pupils here at Rugby School to get the opportunity to be a part of this. Recorded in prosperity. I'm sure this will be shown in a, assuming the technology still survives, this will be shown in 100 years at the next one.
They just keep coming.
Hundreds of them. Fantastic job they've done as well. Queen Adelaide on the halfway line. They're all slowly shuffling up to make room. I can't quite believe how many people have played part in this. Must be everyone in the school. Still they come. I think that might be everyone has just made their way on.
This is the school song, and any Rugbyans in attendance today are encouraged to join
Too
in.
deep at least over the whole length of the field.
We're about to hear a rendition of the school song rather. Floreat Rugbeian.
Can't see it troubling the hit parade.
Well, they gave it plenty of gusto. But it does make you think of the number of people that have walked out onto the field to sing their national anthem before games. And I was reading up on that by pure coincidence, actually, nothing to do with today. Just a rugby geek, I suppose. And I hadn't appreciated that for a long time national anthems were not par for the course. It was when the All Blacks came over in 1905, I think it was, and the Welsh team got together and said, I think we should sing back. And so they sang, and everyone else went, that's a good idea, we should do that. And it became just part of the fabric of international rugby union.
Yeah, well, I think the advent of the haka has always been something that the other countries have wanted to try and counter, because they felt, even when anthems were also included, they still did the haka. And I can remember the Welsh team at one stage and the Irish team not obeying protocols because they felt that by giving New Zealand the final say just before the kickoff with this very demonstrative and aggressive haka, it might have given them an edge, and they wanted to try and take away from that. So I think the Irish actually marched up to them on one occasion.
Is it Willie Anderson? Is that right?
It sounds, yeah, that sounds right. And certainly Wales at one stage sort of tried to ignore it, and that again didn't go down well at all.
Wales have got a real relationship with it. I'm sure I remember the All Blacks having to perform it in the changing rooms once at the Millennium Stadium. It would have been then, I think.
Yeah, I mean that's what the again this is why should we give the All Blacks the final lift off, if you like, into the game? And somebody got terribly serious about it, and you're right.
Like all these things, if you try not to take it too seriously, it's always fine. Just let them do it, and then you get on with it.
Well, that, of course, with the All Blacks was Buck Shelford's great contribution, because before that it was a bit weak and mincy, but he said if we're going to do the haka, we're going to do it properly, we're going to mean it. We're, you know, throwing down a challenge, and if you've got to commit to it, and it became a very, I mean, I think it's great.
Now, just to give you an idea of what's coming up, everyone, at 1:35 we have the women's wooden spoon charity game, and then at 3 o'clock we will have the men's wooden spoon charity game. Both games made up of players from the wooden spoon 7s teams and 15s teams, as well as rugby school staff and former pupils. But before all of that, I believe, very similar to what we were talking earlier on about, John, actually, I believe that caps are going to be awarded, some in person, some being sent and delivered, to every player to have represented the Rugby School First 15, much like the Lions caps we were talking about before. Well, that's as you've experienced yourself, a pretty special moment.
Yeah, the whole business of caps. I think, you know, soccer, for example, football, they get a cap every game. In rugby, you only get one, and it is something, therefore, that's very, very precious.
It certainly is, and still a huge part of the game. You see so often sort of bit of inner sanctum footage from dressing rooms and dining halls in stadiums and things after games of players getting their cap on their debut, and it does remind you every now and then that though rugby has changed an awful lot, win, lose or draw, you still have that moment for those players that have made their debut, and it is still just as special as it ever was.
It's just as special, but it all came down to luck. They didn't do it really very well, the powers that be, because my first cap, for example, was away from home in Scotland. If you were at home, you were the hosts at the banquet after the match. There was a bit of ceremonial, and you were duly awarded your cap and applauded and took all the, and had to put it on and do various things there and then. If it was an away match, it arrived in an unmarked brown envelope about 2 weeks later. So you missed out on that. I'd say I was one of those who never actually had the fun of being presented with my cap. It came in the post.
That's a terrible shame. Having given it the pomp and circumstance at home, you'd think the powers that be might go, it presumably is just as special away from home. Perhaps didn't want to interrupt the host team's ceremony.
There was always a lot of controversy and problems around the exchanging of jerseys and things as well, because different countries were, some were less generous than the others. For example, the Scots, when I was playing, you only got one jersey a season, and that meant that they were obviously not as keen to swap their jerseys, because they then had to buy one for the next game and so forth. We, in Wales, we got a jersey for every game.
Quite right too. One jersey a season and you've got to buy one back. That's taking amateurism a bit too far, I'd say.
Well, I always remember Gordon Brown from Troon. The one thing I wanted as I sort of got to the end of my was a white Scottish jersey. because we obviously always played red against Scotland, and their navy blue, no clash of colours, and so there was never any question of seeing a white jersey. But they used to use white, obviously, against the All Blacks. And I always remember Brune from Troon telling me, "Oh, GT, it'll have to be more than one Welsh shirt." And I couldn't take that. In the end, I think we did a deal where I gave him one full Welsh shirt and one from a tour.
That's a good deal, that. There won't have been many of those white ones floating around. I remember that awful orange kit that Scotland turned up with in the late 90s, I think it was.
Yeah, that was a Change World Cup kit, wasn't it? Yeah.
That was quite something. So I think they're just about ready to do the cap presentation. I was rather hoping the table might make it all the way out to the halfway line, but I think it's probably quite heavy with all of that headgear on it.
The unique number of 940, team year 1939. It's J8S Buchanan.
And here we go. The first person to receive their cap is coming out, and I suppose in many ways today a huge reunion for a number of players. I'm sure there's a lot of people here that haven't seen each other since their school days, and we've got all ages on these touchlines.
I'd be very surprised if they haven't made it a huge reunion.
Just about make out the presentation committee there. Vicky Henderson, who is the driving force behind these bicentenary celebrations in the white t-shirt there. And alongside her, underneath that hat, I believe is the executive headmaster, Peter Green. Dressed for a warm day here on the close.
On the close. All these familiar terms. You're obviously an ex-rugby schoolboy yourself.
No, not a rugby schoolboy, but I was at Uppingham School, which is not too far away, actually.
Did you used to play rugby? I
did.
mean, not rugby the game, rugby the school.
Both, indeed. Not with great success against rugby, it has to be said. They got the better of me a few times, as many have through the years.
One of the great things about today, of course, is the wooden spoon, the rugby charity for children, and those in need have used the occasion of the bicentenary to hold a massive, I think they're calling it a gala ball this evening, and that will be a big fundraiser, and will pull in a lot of money, and they do a lot of good work.
Yeah, Wooden Spoon do an absolutely fantastic job. Been lucky enough to have a few chats with them through the course of this year at the various different celebratory events that that Rugby School have been hosting, and Wooden Spoon have been integral to that throughout the year. Fundraising going towards the Wooden Spoon charity and also towards the Rugby School 1823 bursary, which is seeking out an opportunity to give young people with a bit of a sporting talent a chance to be educated here at Rugby School. And every time I come here and I look around these grounds, I think, wow, what an opportunity that is, because it is some place.
The quality of the the pitch itself, it does look very, very much more like a cricket ground than a rugby ground, but beautifully kept.
Oh, it's extraordinary.
Manicured.
We were here on Easter weekend. There was 3 different festivals: under 9s on the Good Friday, on the Saturday an under 11s festival, and on Easter Monday a vets festival, all 7s. And I don't know if you remember back to Easter, but it was an absolute washout. And this pitch was unmoved by the weather. Absolutely phenomenal job by the ground staff. I tell you, there'll be people in some of the most expensive stadiums up and down the land going, we need to talk to those guys at Rugby School because they are getting something right with their surface. It's a carpet out there.
Number 1185 from 1961, B.R.H. Hall.
So I think I just heard over the tannoy, we're up to 1960 odd. And we're about 1,100 caps through, which is, it shows you actually what an incredibly rare honour it is. It's a rare honour to get picked for any team, but to be selected for the Rugby School First 15, it's a very rare event. You know, only just over 1,000 people in that first 150 years. We'll catch up on how many it is as we get closer towards here, but that's a very, very small number of people.
I'm presuming we'll get the age coming down, and maybe it'll get a bit more sprightly as the youngsters coming onto the pitch instead of the old men.
They'll be positively bounding on. Do you remember what number of cap you are?
Yeah, I think I'm 407 or something.
That must feel quite special. That's a very elite club. And even nowadays, I think Wales are only at it's about 1,100 or so. So it's, you know, it's an incredibly elite club.
To be honest, I can't. It's seven. It was either 700 and something or 400 and something. It's probably 700 if they're up at 11 now.
Let's err on the side of 400. Well, as you say, the age is starting to come down. They're very nice caps, it has to be said. Rather envious.
Number 1233 from 1965.
You can just see in the back of your screens the wooden spoon players going through their paces. Must remember that there is actually some competitive rugby going on the field later on.
From 1968, RCO Skinner. Presented to David Skinner.
Friend of ours here at NextGen15, Nick B Images on the photography. He's got a busy job today. Capture a photo of everyone receiving their cap. And while we've got a bit of time as people make their way over, we'd be remiss not to talk a bit about the career of John Taylor. And I suppose we've got to talk about the 1971 Lions and New Zealand. Arguably the most, well, still the only Lions tour to come out of New Zealand successfully. That must have been an incredibly special experience.
It really was. It was one of those situations where we had got to the stage as a Welsh team in particular, where we thought we were pretty good, but we basically had not performed against New Zealand. And down in the Southern Hemisphere, we started to realize that if we really wanted to be considered a good side, we needed some success down there. And it was exactly the right timing for that great Welsh side, in that 1969, JPR Williams and Mervyn Davies had come into the side, and they were the vital two sort of jigsaw pieces to make it all complete. And it was a Welsh-dominated side, but I mean the other guys were hugely important. And it was very special for me because I played my rugby at London Welsh, and we actually had 7 men eventually on the tour because Jeff Evans came out as a replacement. But 5 of us, Gerald Davies, JPR, John Dawes, the captain, Mervyn Davies and I played in all the tests, so we actually had a third of the Lions team that played the 4 tests against New Zealand, all from London Welsh. So it was very, very special, but it was a very talented group of players coming together. You know, everybody supplied. Willie John sort of leading the Irish contingent. English, someone like David Duckham came through on that tour, wonderful player. You then had Gordon Brown from Scotland, and little mighty mouse Ian McLaughlin, who only got into the side really because of injury, but then was absolutely wonderful. And of course then from the rest of Wales, it was Gareth Edwards and Barry John, and the coming together of that group of players at a time when they were all sort of mature, probably at the peak of their powers, and this determination to sort of say, right, if we're going to be remembered as a good side, we've got to do something in the Southern Hemisphere. And it was a very determined group.
And sort of as it was happening, were you aware of how special it was and almost the place in history that it now occupies, or is that something that came sort of as the years went by?
I mean, very special as it unfolded out there, because again, because of the history. I mean, Wales, for example, had been out there. We'd been out 2 years before, in fact, we didn't win the Grand Slam over here. We drew with France, but won the Triple Crown. And we'd gone down to New Zealand, and we lost 2 test matches down there handsomely. I mean, I think they were both 19-point defeats, which was a lot of big defeat in those days. And we really did, with Carwyn James and as a coach, feel that we had something special. And it was, I mean, typical New Zealand. It started off, it was, you wait till you get to Wellington, mate. This and that. It went, but as we went from place to place and built up this record of, beating all the provincial sides, they started to take us seriously. And then it became a really dedicated and committed crusade. This was our chance to actually make a bit of history. And we duly did.
Certainly did. The 2017 crop came close, but kept you boys safe in your place in history.
Yeah, we don't want that. People say, I bet you were secretly hoping they didn't win the series. Well, that's not true at all. You desperately want to put a dent in these. Exciting time at the moment with the World Cup coming up, that the number 1 and 2 ranked teams in the world at the moment are Northern Hemisphere countries, Ireland and France, which is wonderful.
It's incredible, isn't it? And actually, it's certainly the first time I can remember where there is really a sense that the Northern Hemisphere might be the leading side or the leading hemisphere in terms of rugby union at the moment. It's been a long time since it's felt that way, if ever.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would think the 70s, because the 74 Lions beat South Africa, and there was that period there again. where it was a special time, and but the feeling, as you say, and especially in the way that Ireland, who seem to have it absolutely spot on at the moment. I mean, their organisation domestically works. There's more than you can say in Wales and England.
Certainly is. I had the great privilege of watching a Blackrock College game a few months ago, and absolutely extraordinary. Shows you how impressive this Irish system is. Watching them play was like watching Ireland play, as watching Leinster play is like watching Ireland play. It's the system they've created is quite incredible. The cohesiveness from school to club to province to country is quite unbelievable, and like nothing else I think in the world, to be honest. It's thoroughly impressive.
Yeah, I just hope that Wales in particular, but the other nations generally have looked at it and said, come on, we've got to learn something from this.
Well, indeed, as things stand at the moment, I think Wales have got a lot of things that they could do with learning from. But Wales have been in some dark places, but they always do seem to come through. No one that had been watching Wales in the 90s and the early 2000s would have seen Grand Slam in '05, followed by the Gatland years coming up.
No, I mean, Wales, that's in a way been a bit of the problem. The national team have really punched above their weight, and that's covered up a lot of the cracks. But at last, the whole system is under review, and people are realizing that the way the WRU works is probably not fit for purpose.
Something you'd ever be interested in dipping a toe in?
Too old now.
No such thing. Well, we'll bounce back to the rugby career in a bit, but I think we've moved into the 1980s now on the presentation. But I suppose your broadcast career is, rugby players sort of have the virtue in some ways, or the difficulty in other ways of having multiple careers. But your broadcast career has been an incredibly special one. How many World Cups is it you covered? 5, 6?
Yeah, the last one I did from 91 through to 2015, when I was actually the stadium announcer at Twickenham, as in my sort of first retirement.
It's an important role, the stadium announcer.
It was fun.
There's 80,000 there that need to know what's going on. Most important 80,000 in many ways.
And the fun thing of that was it was actually very different to obviously doing television commentary and being involved in the opening ceremony and the closing ceremony and things like that. Where it was great fun.
A spectacular opening ceremony that at Twickenham. Actually, I was lucky enough to be there. It was a very special day. There's always that palpable sense of excitement. It's the first one I've not watched on TV, so I felt very fortunate to be there. And there is that sense of, oh wow, we're at the start of something incredible here. It was a spectacular World Cup, that, largely because of that New Zealand team. My goodness me.
Yeah, they were good, very, very good.
They might be the best team I've seen. Largely rivaled by other All Blacks teams, has to be said. The 95 one was very good.
Yeah, I mean, the incredible thing about New Zealand really is it is a pretty small nation. It's this population of Wales, that's all. And what they have achieved from that small base is fantastic. But when you've spent a lot of time down there, as I have, you do realize it is absolutely ingrained in the blood, and I mean, the passion for the sport is like nothing else. I mean, Wales is also meant to have this terrific passion, but to be honest, New Zealand, it's stronger.
Well, as you say, such a small nation to just consistently be able to produce such teams is incredible. Similar, I suppose, in many ways to the Pacific Island nations. They've not had the success of the Kiwis, but the population size is minuscule, and yet their ability to just produce spectacular players and have teams that punch above their weight is absolutely incredible. I say punch above their weight. Their weight is pretty sizable, but they punch above their numbers.
And I mean, again, the passion for the sport down there. I played against Fiji in Fiji, and it was one of the most amazing rugby occasions that one could wish to be a part of. And I always remember the first half, I thought we were in real trouble. I mean, they ran and ran and ran at everything. And I think we were probably behind at half-time, but we got it back and beat them in the end. Not easily at all, but I mean, it was a wonderful rugby experience because you just had this wave upon wave of people running at you.
And little has changed since. That's still the approach now, isn't it? Just wave after wave of searing attack and high skill.
And they've got much more discipline in their forwards now than they had back in the late 60s, early 70s. That's where they probably let themselves down a bit in the set pieces, because they weren't interested in the set pieces. They just wanted the ball in hand so they could run it.
Well, hey, I'd rather they run it than focus on the set pieces. There's nothing better than a Fijian in full flight. Did you kick any goals down in Fiji?
I probably didn't. No, because that would have been 69. Keith Jarrett was still... The only reason I started kicking for Wales at all was because we got to 71 and Keith Jarrett had gone to Rugby League. And the only thing that JBR couldn't do particularly well was kick goals. So we were all wondering what was going to actually be the makeup of the side, how we were going to cope with this. And I'd kicked all through school. I was a centre through school. And I had started kicking again at London Welsh because our kicker suddenly sort of had a bad loss of form. So particularly anything out from the right with my left foot I would kick. And we got to the internationals. I always remember there was a press conference at the beginning of the season and Clive Rowlands, our coach, was a great showman. And one of the pressmen said to him, "Mr. Rowlands, can you tell us who's going to take the penalties?" And Clive, being this showman, he said, "I can't tell you who's going to take the penalties, but I can tell you who's going to take the conversions." And it was really a declaration of the way we were going to play. And Barry John had never kicked till then, because when he was sort of boy at Llanelli, Terry Price was there, who'd also gone to Rugby League. And when he joined Cardiff, Cardiff had a very established kicker. But Barry could kick beautifully. I mean, he could do everything beautifully. So we decided that he would kick from the left and I'd kick from the right, and because we both drew the ball in a bit. He got all the easy ones too. That was the but fly halves,
they're a precious bunch.
They are.
But there can't be many forwards that have taken over the international kicking duties. Yourself and John Eales are the only two that come to mind.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few more. But Peter Brown, Gordon Brown's brother, was the most unlikely, because almost every kick he hit it looked as if it was going, it never went end over end and flew like you would expect a place kick, a well-struck one to do. But half of them went over.
Sort of thing Bill McLaren might have described as kicked like a sack of spuds, I suspect.
Well, he certainly said on quite a few times, oh, it's a scruffy one. But it's over.
Right, I think we are at a position now where we're going to see a spot of rugby union on the field. Wooden spoon against the Rugby School staff and former players in the women's game.
Number 7, Scarlett Robertson. Number 8, and their captain, Jill Burns. Number 9, Rebecca Hill. Number 10, Debbie Steen. Number 11, Nat Snowden. Number 12,
Just been given a run through of the team sheets on the tannoy.
Number 13, Vicky Murdoch. Number 14, Hetty Burrows. Number 15, Leonie Bish. And their game changers. Number 16, Elle Shaw. Number 17, Amy Whittaker. And number 18, Verena Syker. Your match officials for today, Mark Chalice, Stuart Beige, and Harris Mitchell.
And so, teams are out in the field. John Taylor, one of the most recognised voices on all of broadcasting. We'll take you through this one. The wooden spoon against Rugby School staff and former pupils.
Well, Rugby School has started well. Their captain's called Taylor.
A fine
Tamara
start.
Taylor. No relative, I can assure you. It's a common old name, actually. That was where, in fact, all the initials came from. It wasn't. I think some people thought it was a bit of an affectation, but I was always JT, JPR, JJ Williams. It was actually strictly that any time anyone said John, about 14 people answered. In that John was the most popular name in those days. There we've got
It looks like the team photo is taking place before the game. We've been presented with the unusual challenge of, as we can see from the backs of the shirts, the Rugby School side distinctly lacking in numbers.
Yeah, people used to say to me, God, what must it be like commentating on a World Cup final? It must be terrifying, it must be difficult. It's the opposite. You know everybody. So it's very, very straightforward and simple because you recognize everybody. It's when you actually haven't a clue who's who and you're relying on numbers. And then you discover, as we've just discovered as well, that even the wooden spoon shirts, which are, of course, in the colours of the 4 home nations, have got their numbers in red halfway down the back. So you've got red going into red. So they're not easily decipherable either.
I fear my role alongside you could be that of a spotter.
Well, we're going to see, I understand, we'll wait, but Jill Burns, the former England women's captain, of course, is going to kick off.
Isn't it brilliant that someone like Jill Burns is prepared to turn up for a charity game like this? You know, just a sort of hodgepodge of teams, thrown together, and she's up for it. It's fantastic.
No, it's terrific. But it's, you know, 200 years to be part of those celebrations is special for all of us.
Okay, Tamara, you ready? Okay, stay outside. Nudge.
Well, I know she was very worried about her hamstring, and that appears to have survived.
No hands, no hands, Emma.
Rugby in the white shirts, they have got possession.
Hold there, Spoon. Hold.
Determined. They've learnt the direct route. It's always the best. Good.
Tackle. Tackle. Hold there, Spoon.
Great tackle there
Smash your hill.
from Scarlett Robertson, putting an end to that promising Rugby School move, but they still have it. That went backwards, so they can carry on.
Ball's gone.
Oh, lovely line break. Again, that was a really good line she ran there. I'd love to know who it was.
Absolutely fantastic line, wasn't it? It's been a really dominant start from Rugby School.
Hold. Ball's out, yeah, agreed. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, hands on the lift. Ask me first, Emma. Yeah, touch. Touch, pass. It's okay, it's open
Good
play, no
switch
offside.
back inside, kept it in play there, driving down that left touch line there.
Hold.
What, 5 metres out?
Yeah, ball's out.
Rugby School, as you say, Angus, really dominating at the moment.
Knees on the ground now, Jill, release. Ball's out.
Certainly
Ball
are.
is
And
out.
speed of play is enormous.
And rolls, wooden spoon player.
Retaining
Hold that,
possession
hold that.
well at the moment. That's the secret to it. No one's going to stop her, is it? No, that's it. The first score, Rugby School.
Yeah, I believe there's a wooden.
Well, you can't say it wasn't coming. They've been
Come on, spoon.
almost in total control of the ball from the moment the game kicked off, and phase after phase after phase. And
Well, exactly, and the impressive thing really is that there were no fumbles, knock-ons in there. I mean,
Tackle every single one.
keeping the ball through that number of phases is
Told Sarah was.
a challenge even to some of the men's pro teams.
certainly is. And it's a humid day out there. It's going to be some slippery hands as well. They're doing well out there.
Yeah, sorry, she's only kicking.
I'll tell you what, though, if the pace keeps up at that rate, we are going to have some tired
Yeah,
bodies
that's
towards
what you-
the
close as you
latter
want,
stages of this one.
A delay where the tee was left on the sideline. Now, we wouldn't have had a kicking tee back in the day. I think they should have banned them for today as a sort of salute to history.
No, it's not 7.
I was always a great fan of the Neil Jenkins sandcastle.
Absolutely. I think the conversion was good.
I believe so.
Did I go over, Stu? No. You got the score for me, mate?
We shall find out shortly.
In fact, the conversion dropped short. Just under the bar, not clearing it, so 5-0 Rugby School lead.
Yeah, tackle's fine. Hold there, White. Yeah, play up, play up. And roll, tacklers. Stay there, Rugby.
Keen to see what Wooden Spoon can do with the ball. First real chance they've
No
had.
hands, Rugby.
We know they've got some talented players in there.
First player, number 8. What did you?
Stolen by Rugby School, and
Your turn. turnover's fine, this one's got to roll first.
Penalty to Rugby School, not rolling away after the
Mate,
tackle.
on your 9, please, on 9. Jackal was fine, tackle's got to roll.
I always think in games like these, it should be really egregious to actually give away a penalty. Good to see that they're tapping and going, though. That feels very much in the spirit of the day.
Stolen by the Spoon. Really aggressive head down running there. Now, can they free it up and get some usable possession? Direct route again. Couple of meters made, but a
First player, holding up. Ball's gone, let it go.
But unfortunately, the ball carrier not releasing on the tackle.
Advantage is now over. No hands. Out the rook bib, out the rook bib. Good pick up,
Well
player.
picked up off the floor there. That was a difficult one. Oh, and brilliant again.
Backwards, player.
They did go backwards too. Well done, referee.
No, you got straight off your feet there, okay? Oh, you're on the mark.
Very nearly an absolutely incredible piece of skill,
Yeah, you got
that,
advantage, not
as
10.
she spilled the ball and tried to tap it backwards.
Stuart, you hold that mark for me. Okay, go. Ladies, not 10.
Rugby School
Please, on the ARs.
back 10 meters for not
Go.
going back immediately when the penalty was given. Right, now. There's some pace there. Oh, that's try. Just striding away, keeping the tacklers at bay under the posts. And that's Heather Fisher. Again, a really well-picked line, going straight, coming back at the angle, absolutely breaking the defensive line incisively.
Absolutely, that is how to run onto a short pass, isn't it? Maximum
And
pace.
into cruise control. Just toying with the tacklers.
As soon as that line break's made, she knows she's going all the way.
Right in front.
That's a wonderful, wonderful line. And so often on those things, it's the timing of arriving onto the ball right at the perfect moment so you can explode onto it and through that defensive line.
That conversion is good. So Wooden Spoon take the lead, 7-5.
Spoon, wooden spoon. Go whenever you're ready. Kick. Backwards, play up. Yeah, play up, back by white. Tackle, bib, tackle, Jack. Okay, it's okay, it's okay. Okay, there was a tackle there by a bib player. Be a scrum down with the spoon. I did shout, it's okay, it's okay. It's a tackle by the bib, it's scrum down only, okay? Wooden spoon.
Referee spotting a knock on there that I hadn't.
First scrum of the day. Sure there'll be a few watching that are ready to get excited about that one.
Slowing on me. Crouch. Bind. Set. It's fine. Hold the pass,
Rugby School getting the push on, but
Play.
Spoon managed to get it away. Pace there again from
And roll.
Heather
Yeah,
Fisher.
good. Hold on side white, please, thank you.
Looking as if it's going to be a problem
No hands.
for the Rugby School.
Fine. Hold there, White. Ball is out. Stay out the ruck, Bib, stay out the ruck. Tackle! Pass! Okay, stepped into the touch. Flag went up.
One thing that's notable from our vantage point is that clearly Rugby School don't think there's going to be much kicking in this game. The fullback is pretty much where you'd expect a scrum half to be standing on the cover. She's only about 5, maybe 6 meters behind the defensive line. She's clearly there believing she's soaking up any line breaks rather than waiting on any kicks.
10 meters, please. Keep going, 10 meters. Right.
Only got an extra man, that was wasted. That's a knock on, that's for sure. That's going to be a scrum down, Rugby School ball. Angus, could you throw any light on the luminous yellow tops?
I can't, no. They're, I'd be guessing, but I'm always up for a guess. I would say they're probably Midlands Society referee shirts, but answers on a postcard rather, for anyone that does know. Certainly well sponsored.
Well, both wings, for some reason, have got yellow luminous vests on. And again, the rugby fullback has got a red vest on over the proper shirt.
I am going to speculate here, but with some reason to. I think that they are not to be tackled. I think that's going to be that they aren't playing contact. We'll keep an eye on them and see what happens when they get into a contact situation, but I suspect, due to age, just by looking at them, which is either a terrific compliment or the opposite, I think that they might be under 18s who can't be tackled by the senior players. That's a guess.
I'm sorry, no knock on at the back of the scrum. Green scrum.
Big fumble there at the back of the scrum gives the advantage back to the wooden spoon. Their scrum half, Rebecca Hill, gets the feed at the scrum.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
And Rugby School getting the push. Goes down, looks as if the referee is not going to penalise anybody in particular for that one. It'll be a reset scrum.
Well, this wooden spoon, if you can get that ball back quicker, it's just getting stuck in your second row. Yeah, if you can get it back quicker.
Well, that very first scrum of the game, Rugby School got a real nudge on, didn't they? The power came through, and these two are a bit more scrappy, but I suspect Wooden Spoon probably happy to just not be going backwards.
Yep, soak up a bit of pressure, and they have, of course, got Jill Burns there at the back in the 8 shirt, and with her experience, she'll know how to deal with it. On the back foot again, but they've got it away this time now.
Yeah, play on, play on, play on. Now out, White, you're off the feet, well done. No, hands, White, pull out. Well done. Yeah, well done, well done. Tackle! Play!
Yeah, the call of tackle came in the moment she was touched, so I think this must be the explanation.
Advantage is over! Good tackle.
Always good when a guess comes good.
She's first player, brilliant, good turnover. Tackle! Holds, wooden spoon. Ball's out, yeah, ball's out. No hands now, ball's still in. Stay there, Heather, thank you. Roll, tackle her! No, you're pushing it into her. Play on, you're pushing it into her. No tackle, no tackle!
Oh, there's got to be a knock on there. Yeah, our referee spotted it, just seeing whether there's any advantage. There isn't. So this is going to be a scrum down wooden spoon ball, but they've got the length of the pitch to go. And as you were saying earlier, they don't think they'll be making 40 or 50-yard touch finders.
No, I don't think so. I think we'll see them give it a go from here, won't we? Rather unlucky on that that attempted kick there, because just as she kicked it, the wind picked up, and we can really feel it now blowing across us.
3 minutes after. Yeah, one's fine, James.
Looks as though a few substitutions have been rung already as well. As we were saying earlier, there'll be some tired bodies out there, so rolling through the subs, I think.
Yeah, it's for the purposes of this game, it is rolling subs. And rightly so. Apart from anything else, it gives everybody a chance to get involved. I'm going as far as I can before I lay this one back, she says. Oh.
First player on the feet, turn over. On the
Then held on the floor.
First player on the
Shame
feet.
that, because it was a really good run, but as you say, just went a bit too far.
Again, what a good line. That's going to be a try. Rugby retake the lead.
Player at second row. Can you swap it to back row? Straight out there. I don't really want a new player at second row. The first game.
Again, cutting a really nice inside line. And especially in these celebration games, you get the feeling that nobody's really got a huge appetite for big tackling. So it's the way to go.
No one wants to miss the celebratory dinner afterwards because they've picked up a bang they could have avoided. You're right, though. All three tries really have followed a really good line break from a lovely angle. Just shows that whether you're playing at 70% pace in a celebratory game or you're playing at the highest level, running a good line brings rewards.
Well, let's hope this one doesn't fall short. It's wide, so it doesn't matter, but we brought it back a very long way for a kick close to the posts.
Stuart, is that 10-7? Yeah, take it out your hands if you want. It's going to kick out hands, okay? Going to kick out hands.
So 10-7, Rugby School, 2 tries to 1.
Oh, play on! Sorry, big player! Big player. Got a touch. It's all right. That's okay. You okay? Your penalty. Just been smashed by Ever Fisher, there you go.
Fumble
there.
there.
Big player. On your hook, please. Yeah. Tackle! Play!
Bundled into touch, so good attacking position, and the throw into the line out to the wooden spoon. How can they make something of it?
Spoon numbers, please. 5 in. Put one more in white.
But you've got to think,
Okay, everyone else,
surely
please.
they're going to launch Heather Fisher off the back of this one. She's been a threat all game.
Yes, indeed, and a second try just before half-time would be terrific. There goes Heather. Heather Fisher going on the wide outside arc. She's got support out there.
Touch only, touch only. Yeah, it's on. Okay. Forward pass anyway. That's half-time.
And the try doesn't come, so it's Rugby School going into the second half with the lead. 10 points to 7.
Play on, play on. Oh, no, 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 no. Not when Heather's got it. Scrum down.
Second half
play on,
kicks
Ben.
off
Got it, so
and
Going the whole length then.
scrum to Rugby School in the white.
Knock on first.
Wooden Spoon knocking on from the
Bring some
kickoff.
tested scrums, okay?
Well, it's a cracking first half. Hoping for more of the same the second. Running rugby from start to finish.
I wonder whether the coaches have been on there and
Number 8's coming
sort
in.
of saying, forget the long passes, because
Hold on 1 second.
they're the ones that are actually
School, man,
making
play
the game
now.
very stilted. The girls don't seem to have the accuracy or the pace on a long pass that you need to beat the opposition, but run the direct line and then look for support. That seems to be the telling factor.
Yeah, that's where the real threat for both teams has been, hasn't it? It's that those short lines.
Okay, on me, please. Crouch. Bind. Set. No push. 5 meters. Thank you. You stay scrum half back.
Keep it simple. Good layoff.
Tackle there.
Oh, terrific handling. Well
Out you
done.
go, 10. Hold, wooden spoon.
Laid off beautifully at the right moment. Sets it up again. Drives.
No hands.
Keeps possession.
You've got to release and then go back on the floor, okay, tackler?
The
Tackler's got to
penalty,
release. Try line, please.
Rugby
Go
School.
on, Gemma. Thank you, yeah. Sorry? Okay, I'll shout it. Sorry. Shout it as well. Shout touch as well, yeah? Yeah, shout touch, shout tackle. Let's make it easy for me.
So an early score for Rugby School, taking control of the game
There you are.
right at the beginning of the second half. That takes it to 15-7.
Your kick, Spoon. Yeah, I did say just before the scrum. Yeah,
Well, start to the second half.
yeah, you're fine.
But daylight between the two teams there straight away. 3 tries to 1.
Good tack.
And back come.
Good tackle.
That's a good tackle.
Ball is available. No, 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 no. Ball's not out yet, okay? It's got to be lifted, 2 hands. Ask me first before you go around.
Penalty to Rugby again, just as the Wooden Spoon
Ball lifted.
might have thought they were getting on some pressure.
Good tackle. Hold, Spoon.
Nicely laid back.
Yeah, tackle's fine.
Tackle's fine, says the referee. A suspicion of lifting and dropping, but he's happy, and that's all that counts.
Stay there, Green. Back foot back. Stay back, no, leave it back, leave it.
Well, I thought we were about to see a box kick there, but fortunately not.
Counter rookie's good, ball is still in. Hold, Wooden Spoon. Player.
Ah, bit of length on that kick, right in behind. What's the chase like? Oh, fumbled on the floor.
It's a knock on. You're in
No.
front when you picked it up. It's a knock on.
Knock on, and then to prevent advantage,
No,
that was
close it
actually
wide. You're in front.
coming in from the wrong side.
On chill, please. No penalty.
Yeah, after the fumble, she just picked it up as she was retreating rather than getting around behind the back foot to collect it.
No, hold on, sorry, subs have been called. Yeah, play. Subs. Which team? Rugby School. Okay. If she's a babe, you've got to let her get the ball.
Just spotted former Saracens and Bath player and handful of caps for England, David Flatman, in the crowd.
Green numbers. Joe. 4 in,
Having a chat with a couple of the wooden spoon players off to my right hand side, so he's
come out, drop. It's fine.
enjoying the day here on the close.
Yeah, I think David's going to be involved later on as well in the gala dinner that is going to bring the day to an end.
One of the great after dinner or pre-dinner speakers is David Flatman.
No hands, Gemma.
Was it?
Thank you.
Was that one of his many dinners that he attends? A couple of months ago, and he brought the house down. That's to be said.
You're okay. Play. It's got to roll me quicker then.
There goes Heather. Goes again.
Good tackle, roll, tacklers. Play.
Gets stopped this time.
Play.
But the best chance the wooden spoon have had. Oh, can they finish it off?
Play 'em.
Back to the danger bar.
Roll, tackle,
Can they lay
roll.
it back?
No hands.
This one last time.
Tackles, rugby.
One more. They're
Tackle
5 meters
release.
short only. Good defense by the Rugby School. Oh, and with that a knock on, it looked like one to me. Yes, it was. The referees picked it up.
Just do it anyway, mate, just in case. Scrub down. Well played, mate.
Rugby
Go
School
wide, please.
keeping them out. And I don't know about you, John, but I'm surprised. There was a bit of me that thought Wooden Spoon were probably the favourites here. You know, this group haven't played together a lot, but we know that Wooden Spoon play a lot. And there was just a bit in the back of my mind that said, I think they might be favourites, but Rugby School proving that notion completely untrue.
Yep, they're playing well, the school. I mean, they're absolutely sort of playing within themselves, knowing their limitations, not trying to do things. I think the Wooden Spoon,
Wait till the ball's out.
basically,
Ball's out.
to be hard on them, need some passing practice.
Yeah, just keep counting the sides, guys.
You're a tough man to please, but you may be right.
But a good drive there again. Stolen by the Spoon. There goes Heather Mills now. Can this pass? Yes, indeed. The pass goes to hand at last. Simple pass out in front of the winger, and she's over.
I'll let you know in a second.
Well, and exactly as you were saying, isn't it? Get that passing game right.
Gotta go from here.
The rewards will come. Heather Fisher with a brilliant turnover, actually. So she starts and finishes this play.
Go on, you can still do it. Go on.
Rips it away around the corner.
Then the last
This is the
one.
pass out. Simple stuff.
Sure, what's the score? 2.
Testing kick from wide out, though. This will need to be struck really well. Wind probably with, but nowhere near the distance. Bit taxing. I've often thought with the women's game whether they should actually allow kicks from a maximum of 15 meters out to the touchlines.
Well, Simon Middleton, the outgoing England women's head coach, spoke about that a few months ago, didn't he?
15 minutes, okay?
Sort of received mixed reviews, but there were certainly some people that said,
One thing, refs.
well, actually, in the interests of more successful kicks, it might not be a bad idea.
No, it's exactly. It's one to think about.
Yeah, 15 left. You just keep counting the numbers for us. Backwards, play up.
That's fair enough. It went back as the referee said. Well held on, laid back beautifully there by the wooden spoon. 15-12 they trail.
Came in the side for me there. Good contest, well played.
Bundled into touch on halfway. And Rugby School's throw at the line out.
There's your mark. Numbers red, white, please. 4 in. 4 in. Wooden spoon, 4 in. Harris, have they got their 10? Yeah, on your centre, please. On your centre.
This is the kind of game that's ripe for a fun move off the line out. I'd like to see something imaginative here.
I was going to say I thought what they'd probably go for was get it to Heather Fisher as quickly as they can in space, but in fact she stayed out on the wing.
Touch only, tackle! Hold.
Again, the red bibs mean the player can't be tackled. Lovely line again, the inside pass was good. Now, are we going to get a tackle? No, we're not. 4th try for the wooden spoon. Sorry, 4th try for Rugby School, apologies.
As you say though, lovely line, and it's what we've been seeing over and over again, isn't it? Those short lines hit at pace and the rewards come from them. Lovely little inside ball, and just about had enough pace to evade Debbie Skeen on the cover there.
Go whenever you're ready.
Oh, she had to put the hammer down there.
Stay behind. Yeah, it's 10 metres, play on.
Touch on the 10 meters, line out to Rugby School.
Numbers white. 4 wooden spoon. There's your number 1. Step out now, so you make it easy. Yeah, fine, 10. Play on!
Stolen at the line out.
Bib, you're not allowed in the ruck, Bib. Play on.
Again, that speed and that penetration from Heather Fisher. Has she got support? She has this time. Surely she must go over. No, stopped again, just short of the post. Can they recycle it again?
Tackle! Tackle!
Heather Fisher has only one gear, doesn't she? Full bore. There's nothing half-hearted about anything she does.
Tackle! Play on. Tackle! 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 Let go. Play. Roll tackler. No hands now, spoon. Yeah, she's fine. I just said no hands, you've got your hands all over it.
The referee making it very clear. The players on the floor must release the ball there and can't try and scoop it back.
Yeah, she has.
Stolen this time. Wooden spoon now. They desperately need something and they need it soon.
Play up, it's got forward off white hand. Okay, we've got 2 knock-ons, 1 by white, 1 by green.
Rugby School with the first knock on, so it's a scrum down to the wooden spoon.
Hey, try and stay out of the rocks, eh?
Well, time's starting to ebb away, so wooden spoon, 10 points behind, 6-ish minutes to go. Need a couple of scores. I wonder if they'll try and launch something off this scrum.
Okay, subs.
Give it straight to Heather Fisher would be my advice.
Well, that's what they've lined her up in the left field.
Yep, all uncontested. Okay, we're good to go, Stu. We're good to go. Second raise. It's all uncontested. Pick up still, yeah. AR, please. Crouch. Bind. Set. Hold the push. Stay there, 9. Stay 5,
Well,
stay 5.
I think
Stay 5.
Rugby School have run out of puff at trying to contest the scrums. There goes Heather again. Round the outside, foot in touch though.
That was very nearly very brilliant.
Subs for Rugby School.
Just popped that ball away through contact just as the tackle arrived. Brilliant.
Okay, hold on, both have got subs. Hold on, Heather, sorry. Both got subs, okay. White ball. White ball, yeah, yeah. White ball, white ball. Right, is everybody on? Numbers? 4?
Nobody wants to throw it in. At last, Rugby School have got
Mitch, can you count when it's win?
somebody on the ball, right.
Cynical, time wasting.
Oh, good take. Was that Jill Burns? Then Heather Fisher
okay,
getting
it's
in
on
on the act again.
Hold there, White. No hands up. Fine. First player. First player. She's got hands on. It's a good contest. Good contest. Roll now. Right in.
Well, you heard the referee there ruling that was a good contest and absolutely fairly won and turned over by the Rugby School.
Tackled! That's fine. Play on. Ball is out.
Good layoffs. Last, now there's the go forward they need. That's open play, so even though it was from the wrong side, no problem, says the referee.
Yeah.
Still going backwards, no knock on there either. Now, has she got any space? We know how dangerous a runner she is.
Yep, holding on.
Penalty given away at the last moment again, holding on in the tackle.
Yeah, rugby subs, wait. Sorry. Doing some subs. 10 meters on your second row, please. 2 rows. Okay, ready when you are. Play!
Good support play there. Well.
Sorry. Tackle!
Right.
Thank you, no, that's fine. Thank you. Well played. Ball's gone. That's fine, it's stripped first,
Ripped loose, stripped really well there by
well, listen, thank you.
Hayley Coots using her power.
No hands down, knees on the ground. Hold. No hands. Oh, you're gonna regret that. Play out,
Needed more go forward on it.
Forward by White. You got advantage, green.
Knocked forward by Rugby School. Advantage being played. Can Heather Fisher get away? Not quite.
Tackled. Pass it. Play on, still backwards.
Well, they are going backwards at the moment. Even though they've got possession. Started out this move on the 10-meter line. They're now back on their own 22.
Play on, she kept hold of it, play on. Roll away, rugby.
Chance to finish with a flourish, perhaps.
You're okay, she's got to roll first.
Game probably
okay.
gone
She's got to roll.
for Wooden Spoon, but I rather sense They'd fancy finishing off with something spectacular.
Tackle! Roll, tackler! No hands! You did that, you were going for it, you were going for it.
Lost forward, that's a knock on.
That's right. Knock on there. You were going for the ball, you had it.
Right, the last move possible now for the Wooden Spoon. They've got the scrum. It's not going to be enough though. Too far behind, 22-12 they trail.
Okay, 5 to go. Good water break then. 5 minutes to go on that. Yeah,
Feels like the sort of day, the sort of game though, where we should finish with a score, shouldn't we?
Yeah, well, the referee, what we've got is rolling time on our screens, but the referee's just significantly said still 5 minutes to go, and they're taking a water break. So there is still time to rescue the whole game.
Oh, well, that's changed the whole complexion of things up here. Game on, the comeback is on.
To rugby, yeah? Okay. 5 minutes left then.
I'll tell you what, they've earned a water break as well. It's been fast-paced out there, and it's we're in the later stages of June. There's not often you'd be found playing rugby out there in at this time of year. Certainly not 15-a-side.
No, like playing abroad. We always used to hope that the schedule in the Six Nations gave us France before the sun came out. When it was always towards the end of the season, they were always a bit of a tougher proposition because the weather in Paris was usually warm and humid, as it is here today, and the French seemed to sort of absolutely enjoy that enormously, and you could almost feel them get better as the season progressed and as the weather got better.
One of the aspects people don't maybe think about so much. Mind you, you were lucky. At least you didn't have to go and travel all the way down to Rome.
No.
Just as well, the schedule's a bit tighter these days. Imagine a trip to Rome in sort of late April, early May nowadays.
But I mean, that said, playing in Fiji, for example, some very warm weather there, and very sensible that they now actually do stop for water breaks. There was none of that back in the day either.
Okay, on me then, please. Time's back on. Crouch. Bind.
Almost willing to concede just so you can have a squirt of water.
They've gone to the danger runner. There she goes. That's Heather Fisher away again. Now, can she come back? She's going straight for the posts.
Good tackle.
Yep, she's there, held on, stretched out and got it down. Well done. Now, we've still got a little sting in the tail, perhaps.
A head injury.
Well, how about this? Game on. Game on indeed.
Well, that takes it to 17-22. It scores close to the post, so it could easily go to 19, and then just 3 points in it.
Sarah coming on to kick. B. Yeah, no, that's yeah.
Well, a dramatic finish would certainly be in keeping with the occasion.
It would indeed, and I'm sure that that's what the Wooden Spoon players are all intent upon out there at the moment, saying, come on, we've got one more shot at it. They'll have to kick off, we need to take it back. Fortunately, one of the Rugby School players took a real bang in trying to prevent that try, and
Stop the clock, ladies. Okay,
I think she's discovered what tackling Heather Fisher can do to you. She has been irrepressible.
yeah, I think that's the end of her day. She's walking off and will be replaced.
Right, okay, kick's coming. Time is back on. Try was given. Restart.
While all that's been going on, in a sign of the sort of day we've got here, Debbie Skeen, who's playing for Wooden Spoon but is actually the director of sport for Rugby School, has been in the backfield here practicing goose steps.
Well, unfortunately, the conversion attempt was completely miskicked. So it's still, I'm not thinking they've probably kicked a penalty in any case, so it doesn't actually make that much difference. But it does mean that now the wooden spoon in the closing couple of minutes need another try
Rugby School, go when you
to
want.
bring the scores level.
Ready? Don't tackle it tomorrow. Tackle!
You can't afford to get pushed into
Cannon
touch,
is good.
so
Cannon
all.
Rocky's good. Play on. It's her foot on the floor.
Well, it was.
Play on. You've got the ball, Jen, you've got the ball.
Oh, and this is the decider. This is going to wrap it all up completely. Try for Rugby School. Their sixth try, is it? But they're certainly now out of reach.
No.
Well, what a way to finish it for Rugby School.
1.5 minutes.
Here you and I are sat calculating if the comeback is on or not.
But you can.
Rugby School, no such thoughts. Let's just finish this thing off and take the victory. Well, it does look like we've still got time to restart.
Well, that takes some adoration. We do know that actually converting and penalties is not the wooden spoon team's great strength.
Whenever you're ready.
That misconversion just now was the thing that might have kept them in touch, but they're 10 points, and I'm
Whenever you're ready.
not sure there's time for 2 tries.
Play on.
Well, they've got it deep.
Tackle.
Well picked up. Important now from the Rugby School point of view, they don't make an error here in front of their post.
Wooden spoon have.
Spoon desperately trying to regain possession. Where's it side? Which side is it coming? Wooden spoon have it.
No hands
Oh,
wide.
they need it recycled quickly.
Yeah, thank you.
The drive's there. But stolen.
First player again. First player again.
Good jackling.
Ball's gone.
Oh, a lot of space. Look for your support. No, not interested.
Tackle.
Well, the Fisher showing she's a defender as well.
Ball's out. Tackle. Tackle. Yeah, it's fine.
Coming away from the cover and backing herself.
Tackle. Tackle. Play on. Tackle. You got advantage, play on. You got advantage. No hands wide. No hands.
Now, can they go all the way back? No support there again. Rugby School almost getting in and turning it over, but Wooden Spoon hang on. Oh, they really want this to stay in field. Just touch her.
Tackle.
That's the tackle. And that's the end of the game. It's a victory for Rugby School. Held on there. The Wooden Spoon had their chances towards the end, but you've got to say that an impressive display from the school side.
Yeah, absolutely. Wooden Spoon just made it interesting, didn't they, with that hint of a comeback, but Rugby School tidying it up, and, well, probably fitting, isn't it, that here of all places on this day of all times that Rugby School take the victory, but it's all smiles out there. I think they've all had a good time. They've earned their dinner tonight, I'd say. Fantastic game then. And up next, we've got some presentations. Our cameras will guide you through those. And we'll be back with you just before 3 o'clock for the men's wooden spoon game against Rugby School staff and former pupils. That's coming up just before 3 o'clock. So we'll be back with you in just a little under half an hour.
All players receiving special celebration medals, specially made for the 200-year anniversary. The executive headmaster, Peter Green, will present the cup to the winning team and medals to all players.
Seven. I don't know. It counts it. Oh, are you going to get your medal?
Yeah. Always going to get it.
Oh, I'm dead. When they gave me these, I was like, so now for back to you.
Next up, at the birthplace of the game, at 3 o'clock, we have men's match between Wooden Spoon and Rugby School. There are lots of fundraising events going on today. If you head over to the marquees, or the gazebo, sorry, next to the NextGen streaming tower, you'll find raffle tickets for sale, and you'll also find QR codes for our auction. All funds raised will go towards the Wooden Spoon charity and the 1823 bursary, which will allow for one student to attend rugby football free. We would like to congratulate Andy and Muriel Humphreys, who today celebrate their 34th wedding anniversary. Congratulations to you, Andy and Muriel. They both love the game of rugby football, so we're delighted to have them celebrating here with us today. If they make themselves known to Vicky, who's heading over to the bar area, she has a small gift for you. We're also delighted that our art competition winners, Bessie, Rohan and Matilda, are here today. They have their artwork printed on the giant rugby ball, which is outside Rugby Art Gallery and Museum. We're delighted that they are able to attend our tea today, and well done to them for their artwork. Do wander over to the merchants for a cold drink, have a bad boy burger, Hats for coffee, and Origin, Origin are here today with their special 1823 Old Bigside gin. This has been specially formulated using brass from the original close. Raymond is offering gin and tonic tastings.
I'm in. We've got you early. Yeah. Keep the hat on, Jack.
Are we ready to welcome our teams onto the pitch? So firstly for Rugby School, number 1, John Davey. Number 2, Brett Bader. Number 3, Tim Dale. Number 4, Chris Volker. Number 5, Mike Bailey. 8, number 17, Gautier Arnu. Number 7, and the captain, Alex Grove. Number 12, Brett Danes. Number 9, Sam Poynton. Number 10, Nick Jones. Number 11, PJ Green. Number 1, Mark Forth. Number 13, Alex Thompson. Number 16, Kim Beasley. Number 14, Dom Wood. Number 15, Henry Chen. Their game changers: Andy Chessel, Mark Taylor, Nathan Atley, Nick Potgieter, Graham Joyce, Ryan Reynolds, Dan Shaw, Matt Mitchell, and Nee Butler. For the wooden spoon, number 1, Russell Keegan. Number 2, Gary Welsh. Number 3, Charles Sparks. Number 4, James Crouch. Number 5, Carl Anderson. Number 6, Nick White. Number 7, Mark Bell. Number 8, Matt Gilbert, and he's the captain. Number 9, Mark Kane. Number 10, Andrew Daly. Number 11, JJ Abaddon. Number 12, James Catlin. Number 13, Simon Beadle. Number 14, Ed Merry. And number 15, Kidder Chima. Their game changers, Sean E, Stafford Butt, Nigel Peely, Adam Cantel, Rob Booth, John Clements, Grant Murdoch, Dean Lloyd Christie, Matt Bates, Adrian Illingworth, and Stephen Chris. For your 2 teams. Your match officials for this game. The referee, Graham Allen, and the referee's assistants, Mark Chalice and Harris Mitchell.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Close. Old Bigside, the main pitch here on the Close at Rugby School. For the final action of the day, which is the Wooden Spoon rather, versus Rugby School men's game. And John Taylor, Wales and Lions and London Welsh legend, and a veteran of ITV commentary, will be guiding you through this.
As much as I possibly can, Angus. It's not as easy as actually doing a World Cup final, I promise you, because I don't know these guys so well.
Well, we like to give you a challenge. I feel like this one, it could go one of 2 ways. We could see barbarians versus barbarians, or we could see a group of people out there that go, do you know, it's a hot day, let's play hard and tight up the jumper. And I suspect there's a few gnarly veterans in there that quite fancy that second option.
I think the second option will come more and more into play as the game goes on, but I think they will start out with the philosophy that we've got to show this is the beautiful game, and that they'll probably be ultra ambitious and try to play open running rugby, which is of course what we all want to see, but I suspect you might well be right that things will become, they'll be more practical as it goes on. Someone like Tim Day there, I can see the tight head prop. Looks as if he's carrying a few extra pounds, lined up there on the 10-meter line, and I don't think he'll be too happy. Kick-off by David Flatman, ex-England international, of course. Immediately, good passing from the Rugby School side, but a good timely tackle as well. Hit him on the collision, ball into touch. No, a knock on, the knock on first before it went into touch. And it'll be a wooden spoon put in.
I think Flatman was shaping up to join the defensive line there, and then he saw that the pace and power that got injected into that first wave of attack we just saw from Rugby School, and he thought, you know what, I'm going to just slink off.
I think it was beating a diplomatic retreat.
Bang! Set! Hold! Stay bang, still in, still in.
Again, going straight for the outside break. Laid back nicely, though. No way through there.
Release!
Got a bit of beef here on the Rugby School side. I mean, this is all old pupils and staff at the school.
Knee down, release! Ruck now!
Little chip over into the corner. The bounce is cruel, but well gathered in there by Simon Beadle, almost away for Rugby School.
Looking down at the shirts here, these look like genuine, authentic Rugby School First 15 shirts, which makes this a real privilege for the lads out there wearing them, because not many get to do that.
Well, there's a few members of staff here, so they've probably got a bit of clout.
Possibly not with the Old Boys Association, though. They do have the keys to the cupboard, though.
Bang!
Mark Kane with the feed for the wooden spoon.
Still in, stay bang!
Good drive from the 8. Matt Gilbert, the captain. Well, that's a dangerous one. Oh, flipped back beautifully.
He's on his feet! Release! Release!
Referee calling for the release twice. They ignored it. And penalty therefore to Rugby School. Yeah, nicely picked up. Now they've got the overlap if they just go for it. Oh, and he's shaking him off. He's in for the first score. Rugby School again making the running. Gautier Amu.
Absolutely gorgeous try, that. Rugby School showing the skills and the handling.
But I've just misnamed and not given Dom Wood the credit for the score. It was Dom Wood who went in. And he's going to try the conversion too. Oh, slices it badly off the outside of his foot. So 5 to the school side. They've got a couple of useful people in here. Alex Grove, the captain, played age-level rugby and A-rugby and was in the actual Scottish squad. And also the director of rugby in the school, useful South Africa.
Yeah, Mike Bailey with the final pass in the build-up to that score, showing his skills out there on the right-hand side.
Played for the Stormers, I think, didn't he?
I believe so, yeah. Handy player in his day. I have to say, doing a wonderful job here at Rugby School. really transformed their rugby.
A lot of driving. Yeah, good. Ooh. Oh, well held on. And managed to recycle it. Back on the inside.
Release, tackler! That's why he's released.
Now can the wooden spoon retaliate? Nice miss pass. Get the support in there quickly.
Onside, everybody
Oh,
onside.
that's opened it up a bit. He needs some help.
Release, Steve, release. Dive.
Yeah, nice pop and go, and wooden spoon now in a dangerous position. Can they recycle it once more? There's plenty of space out on the right if they can.
Take a step. Back. Release.
Knock on at the vital moment. That'll be a scrum to the wooden spoon. Sorry, to Rugby School. They might not need it.
Advantage over.
Advantage over.
Back. Release. Let him have it. Can't tackle it by the neck. Do that again. You'll have to... No, the penalty's against you. Grabbing the neck of the jersey. Guys, it's your
High tackle, says the referee. Veer warning to Rugby School. Not done here.
Well, will we have none of that? Says the referee.
Let's go, gents.
I think already the heat beginning to temper ambition. So they're going to the corner.
Silly rather than dangerous.
I think we're going to see a conventional line-out pick and drive.
It wouldn't surprise me, you know, because I've been watching for the last few minutes, and the wooden spoon Type 5, shall we say, reluctant to work across the field at the moment. So I suspect if they have their way, this one will be staying right in the heart of things.
Gary Welsh with the throw. They've got it. Oh, good ball, and wooden spoon getting a bit of a backward movement there as Rugby School put on the pressure. But now wooden spoon have got the drive going forward. They're almost up to the line.
He's down now. Rock. Attacking ball.
Recycled. One more should do it. No, well repelled.
Release.
Have they still got control of the ball? Looks as if they have.
Offside, 12.
Ah, a bit of space.
Number 12, White, offside. On the way, gents.
Brett Danes deemed offside, quickly taken, going for the corner. Come on, where's the support? Bit late arriving, but it got there in the end.
Rock, it's there. Release. Release. They have. Back foot. Back foot. Back foot. Get on with it.
It's the try given, it is. So that's leveled things up.
Dealing with that 3 or 4 things. Good pickup, thank you.
Well, I rather fancy we may have seen the pattern of the game in these opening 2 tries. Rugby School, I think, look quite comfortable when they move the ball around. They've got a bit of pace, they've got a bit of energy about them. Wooden spoon, I think that Type 5 want to keep things as tight as possible, but we've seen there they put them under real pressure and they can create a few chances from those tight situations.
Well, I think you're right. I think they've been on a different sort of training regime. Right, here's the conversion attempt to take the lead. Nope, misses it on the right. So it stays at 5-all.
Gents, if I say no hands in those balls ruck situations, please leave the ball alone.
10 gone.
Sam Poynton, I think it might be taking the kickoff. Another one of the sports staff here at Rugby School. Former captain of Rugby School.
Go, please.
Good pace. Who wants to take him? That's going to hurt.
Go back up.
Was there a hand in there? No, says the referee. So everything all right. On it goes. The school side. Oh, little flick. That, well, referee saying that went back.
It's fine.
Nearly clear. The final, oh, with the pass wasn't quite good enough, but yes, it was. Regathered in by Sam Poynton, and he goes in under the posts.
I think they might have been having a training session or two. Bit of skullduggery at work from the Rugby School staff here. Another lovely try, though.
Yeah, super try, and that was a bit more ambitious. And the conversion from in front is good as well. So 12-5. Wooden Spoon needing to really get into this game. They've not put, even though they've scored a try, they haven't really put much together as yet.
No, they found the going a little tough just in terms of keeping a hold of possession when they get the opportunity to. They've been turned over a couple of times, but just looking at this replay, what a brilliant take that is from Poynton to gather and score underneath the post.
Well, as you heard, I was betting against him taking it, but he did very well indeed. Yeah, terrific. Flick back, that's legal. That's okay. Nice layoff, is there? No, the blind pass.
Ruck! They have! Roll away white! Lie still white! Thank you.
Right, can they do something with it this time? Well, he was only going in one direction.
You released, re-engage. Let it go.
He let it go,
They've taken the quick one, gents.
but then straight away picked it up again without getting back to his feet, so he was out of the game. Penalty to the Rugby School side. Big tackle. Well, that was a knock-on.
Tapped on the ground, gents.
Some big moments in contact starting to unfurl in front of us.
Yeah, a bit of bite in there. Of course, Wooden Spoon love these different sort of challenges. When you just look at some of the things they've done, they played the highest ever game of rugby at the base camp of Everest. I think they played the longest game of rugby ever.
Oh, they'll take anything on.
And all in a
Incredible
good
charity.
cause.
Oh yeah, incredible charity.
Set.
And a real rugby institution nowadays as well.
Nobody there to tackle.
Oh, he needs support. They're keeping it going at the moment, but they're running out of support, and duly it's turned over.
Wait and touch.
But they've got the throw in at the line out.
Good mark, gents.
should say it is blisteringly hot out there. I went for a wander between the two games to grab a coffee and just to check that we had all the info we needed. And under the cover of where we're commentating from, we're a bit shielded from it. But out there on the field, it is roasting.
And pretty humid too. I mean, the worst, I think the worst environment I ever played rugby was actually in Malaysia, where it was, but this is pretty hot and humid. I think it's probably about 10 degrees hotter and very, very humid out there.
When we get a break in play, I'm going to find out what you were doing in Malaysia. That sounds brilliant.
The shortest route.
Hands off, White!
Hands off White, says the referee. They obey. Back it comes. Nice missed pass. He's got to release it. He's going to be in trouble. No, he's been allowed to do it. Back it comes again. They need a bit of support. Oh, a lovely little jink.
Penalty advantage, started on the shoulder and came down.
Playing advantage from a high tackle. Looks like one of the old-fashioned props just stopping his man anyway. The sort of remark used to get like, I got there as soon as I could, ref.
I'm only late because I'm slow. To be honest though, this really is the way that Wooden Spoon are staying in the game, isn't it? It's through just those little moments of ill discipline, just allowing them to get some field position and settle down to create a few chances.
He's coming back again through all the traffic. And I shouldn't think he'll get too much of a thank you there from Carl Anderson. Carl, a sitting duck.
Two big units backing down for this scrum. Certainly more than one player out on the field right now that this is what they came for. Good old-fashioned scrummage.
Fair bit of ballast there in that front row. Oh, and the drive goes on from the Wooden Spoon. Again, have they got any support there at all? Not really. Yeah, ran into his own player. Referee picked it up. Obstruction. And it's going to be a scrum with Rugby School having the chance to escape.
Well, you say having the chance, but good luck to them taking the chance. That scrum was enormous from Wooden Spoon. I know we've had a bit of a laugh and a giggle about the athletic prowess, perhaps, of some of the Wooden Spoon Type 5, but I tell you what, when it comes to the scrum, they are in their element.
Down at tight head prop now, Adam Kentel. Big lump.
Right. Bind. Set. Great, thank you. Hold it.
And on goes that shove again. Absolute right angle. Going backwards.
It was still in there, but still binding.
Referee ruling he wasn't permitted to pick it up. Penalising the wooden spoon, so a real chance now to escape for Rugby School. For a moment there. Nick Jones again thought about ambition. Oh, he went for it in the end as well. Running it out from their own line, very brave. The whole field's opened up now. Good step again. Oh, well taken. Knocked down, knock on by the wooden spoon. It was deliberate, says the referee. A deliberate knockdown, so Rugby School now take the quick one again. Certainly seem to have the handling skills to take advantage. Oh, beautifully picked up there. Number 12, Brett Daines.
Oh, we are getting a treat here. That is glorious rugby. One end of the field to the other. I counted, what, 3, maybe 4 passes there that just didn't even look on, but somehow they found a mitt outstretched.
They did indeed, and the handling was good. And that it's also quite a feat in this sort of weather. That little extra bit of energy you need to make sure you're going to gather it in. They're showing good skills.
Oh no, he's called it back.
Yeah, I actually wondered whether there was a forward pass earlier in the movement, but I didn't realise he called it.
That can't be in the spirit of things, can
Well,
it?
there was a loop back inside that looked distinctly forward to me, so, but I wasn't going to argue with the referee.
I'm absolutely gutted. Denied one of the all-time greats.
Wooden Spoon take the free kick quickly. Ducking himself in. Now, in space, can he take it first? Yes, he can. That's the skills again from Nick Jones. Knock forward, 2 knock-ons, but the first one I think was from Rugby School. We'll see in a minute who gets the put in.
Yeah, he got all excited by the opportunities in front of him that he forgot about the first part of the task, which was to hold on to the ball, I think.
Square up, please, gents. Second row, white, hold.
Well, you mentioned the wind earlier, and it is certainly quite blowy, so that's making handling a bit more difficult too.
It certainly is. You can see it in the flags in the background. Strong breeze.
Set. Girls, deal with it off the pitch. Second row's in. Open second row white. Strikes. Bind. Set. Get it in. Stay where you are, remember. Stay where you are.
Bit of ambition this time from the spoonbacks. Off his foot, so that was no knock on.
And nobody there to tackle. Look on. Look on advantage, white ball.
Nice to see that from Wooden Spoon. They touch more ambition on the play. Didn't quite work as planned, but if we can see a bit more of that, it'd be lovely.
Yeah, I think at the moment you'd say rugby a little more of a team, a bit more cohesive. It's a sort of individual efforts, but except for the scrums, where, as you can see, the charge is on from the Spoon, but rugby get the ball back. Oh, all the way through everything. That's Nick Potgieter.
Stepping away like some of your old teammates in the late 60s and early 70s there.
Yeah, nice light on his feet. Good step both ways.
Okay, thank you.
So 19-5. The Wooden Spoon take on any challenges, but looks as if they could be losing another one here. Already lost the women's match. But then, this is the home, this is where the game was founded. You would want them to win, wouldn't you?
Well, indeed, and I'll tell you, if they're going to play the way that they've been playing, I think every neutral under the sun is going to be thinking of the boys in white at the moment. Brilliant attacking play.
Release! Release!
Holding on again on the floor.
Offside! You're offside!
Quickly got away. Good bit of skill there from Chris Fuka. And the end result, that quickly taken feed. Another try for the rugby school team. Ran in by PJ Green, the son of the headmaster.
Well, well, well. But it all comes from yet more fantastic rugby from Rugby School. They are, well, frankly, they're playing like a team that's trained. I've said it already. It's far too cohesive. But good on them. Absolutely brilliant to watch.
Yeah, a couple of broken tackles there. Yeah, beautifully taken. Oh, well held on. Yeah, good recycling. Gamble in defense there from the Wooden Spoon that didn't come off the ball. Not going to hand. Again, they got men over out on the left.
Deliberate knock on.
Deliberate knock on by the Wooden Spoon, so penalty to the Rugby School team.
Alex Groves is just starting to find his feet a little bit. Two involvements in that last setup.
Now, was there an obstruction there? No, says the referee. He's fine. He said it looked for a moment as if he actually created a shield, but the referee's happy. Another try to the Wooden Spoon, and it's becoming a bit of a rout. 29-5.
Yeah, Sam Poynton waving his magic wand again to set up that try.
And this time they do manage to add the conversion, so 31-5. Nicely gathered in and set up by Brett Barter, the hooker. Penalty, Rugby School. Oh, it went to hand again. Good handling. Another wild pass, but he plucked it out of everything. Oh, it's good stuff. Off and around and under the post yet again. Really good handling down the left wing.
Yeah, they're playing some really tidy rugby, aren't they?
Well, everything's sticking at the moment against the odds.
Enjoying their time out here on the close. And I suppose, well, the great advantage alongside a few former pros in the lineup, I guess with so many sports staff in the lineup as well, fitness is something they're probably going to have on their side. The great advantage of sports staff is they're often out there.
Yeah, that's Henry Chamberlain converting his own try. And that takes it to 38-5 at half-time.
Don't forget to head over to the zeros by the NextGen streaming tower. The raffle is currently on sale, will be drawn at full time of this match. There are also folk from the British Sporting Museum running around with QR codes, so you can join in the auction, which is raising money for the Rugby School charity and for the 1823 bursary fund, to allow one child to attend Rugby School free of charge.
So the second half kicks off. Will Spoon regain it?
Back foot.
That's straight out. That might have been a good ploy to just put it straight down the middle and chase it, but straight out, of course, from outside the 22 means it's advantage Rugby School again. Remember, they are leading 38 points to 5.
Take a step, Red.
Not the start to the second half that Wooden Spoon were after a tough first half.
Right. Well, that's just a stroll in. Referee saw nothing wrong with it, and that's a try for Chris Foka.
From the AR, not straight and square. My mistake.
Not straight, he's... Well, it's late, but no try.
That's two they've had chalked off. That one did look a little squint though.
Red, no more than 2
Brett
meters.
Brada giving a friendly prod to the touch judge and say, go, mate, give us a bit of slack.
Go straight to set again, both sides. Straight to set, gents.
He's probably thinking, I've not chucked one of these in about 10 years. Give me a break. You can't expect them all to go straight.
Set. Hold it.
Here comes that push again. Oh no, it's been released. They couldn't control it and keep it there. And you just get the feeling it's
So rack, hands up.
individuals. Look, no support there again.
On the ground.
Absolutely, penalty.
Knock on first by White, then off my foot. Scrum down.
Knock on by the Rugby School side, so a bit of a relief. Wooden Spoon have the scrum, but they're looking very much a bunch of individuals at the moment. They're not playing well as a team.
Yeah, struggling to connect with one another, aren't they? I guess all desperate just to get on the front foot and make something happen.
Come closer, gents. Closer. Break foot. You're too far apart. Come closer. Crouch. Bind. Set. Hold. Stay in. Still in. Stay.
Side to go left. Pass behind the man, though, gives him absolutely nothing to run onto at all. So
Rock.
pinned back in their own 22. Oh, and they've turned it over again. Loose pass. Pops up in the air, and it's the Rugby School side that comes down with it. Now we've seen that they're capable of moving it.
Advantage over.
Beautifully done, and he's over. Try under the posts.
Well, how did Jones get that pass away?
No time wasted with the conversion. That's good as well. So it goes up to 45-5.
Jones, the fly half, takes this right to the line, feeds it through an almost non-existent gap between the two defenders. That's really, really great work from the fly half.
Alex Thompson gathering it in and setting the move in place wide out to the right. Now, can they recycle and bring it back? Because, again, if they do it slickly, there's going to be a space out here. Don't need to. They go through the middle instead. Knocked on.
Cross forward, scrum down, red ball. remember the bind front rows. No second rows in yet.
I mean, this is exactly what Wooden Spoon could do with. It's just a slowing of the pace. I don't think they're going to be too worried about whether they can turn the deficit around. More concerned with, can we just play at a pace and a part of the field we're comfortable in right now.
Again, it was hardly a pass that he was really running onto.
Somebody speak when he played it. Release! Release! Look it out. It's fine, he came through the middle. Nothing wrong with what he did.
From a standing start, he's done well, but again, no support. It's one man having a go by himself. That's a good take, though. That's a very good take. Suddenly, danger from the spoon. He can go. He goes himself again. Oh, well gathered. He did very well there indeed, but the pass wasn't good enough, and oh, so nearly away.
Knocked back by Red.
Knocked back by the Wooden Spoon, so no offence. Oh, that's a stroll in. That really is a stroll in. Again, Wooden Spoon being too ambitious. And he's having a lot of fun, is Nick Jones. Stroll, that really was a stroll.
That was a true Saturday stroll in the sun, wasn't it? Enjoying himself out there. Sort of oddly though, despite conceding a try, I quite like that passage of play in some ways from Wooden Spoon. They were, as you've been saying, there was still individuals going, but people are starting to react a little bit and going, well, if someone's going to go, I've got to go with them. And a couple of times we saw someone go with them, and yeah, okay, fine, the ball doesn't go to hand in the end, and that's how it ends up kind of breaking down and they're having to run from deep. But actually, the idea they were having up at this far end was kind of the right one. If people are going to go by themselves, go with them, make something happen.
Yeah, that's where they've fallen down on every occasion, though, in the end. Bit more support there, but it still wasn't enough. And that is what you want to hear in cricket, but not in rugby. It's 50 up.
Step back. Come back onto 22.
Back! Back!
Oh, again, just keep it simple. No, intercepted this time. Now, can he go all the way? No.
Back! Back! Offside 18! Stop!
And straight through the middle. He needs support there.
Penalty against one. High tackle. Wait.
So they're playing with advantage. A high tackle against the Rugby School side.
High
And
tackle,
Wooden
1
Spoon
point.
will now take advantage.
I'll tell you what, there's a bit of fitness about this Rugby School team. When that intercept came through, 2 players went corner flagging away at a rate of knots for Rugby School. And that is a part of the game that you could easily just not do if you were feeling a bit tired.
Well, you've only got to look at the shape of the guys on the field, and there's a distinct difference between the two sides. I think there's a few of the Wooden Spoon guys who are probably feeling the heat a lot more than some of the others.
You're not wrong there. You're not wrong there.
I wouldn't want to be carrying too much extra weight out there today.
Gents, stay behind the line to the arm. In the middle, please. Red, not down your line.
Warning from the referee
Take a step 5.
saying, will you make sure you throw down the middle, not down your own line.
Both went up, we'll play it.
Well done, ref. We don't want to get stuck in lineouts. Good drive now from the Wooden Spoon side. Come on, they should be able to keep this one going. The back man needs to get his head in and driving. He's got plenty of weight. Now they've again separated out. They've lost contact with each other, but
offside. You're offside. Back foot.
only 15 meters to go. Another good drive. Get the support in.
Back foot. Hands off, White.
Now it comes.
Penalty advantage we're on.
Penalty advantage to the wooden spoon. Oh, and again, he's run away from his support. But he's almost through. It might pay off even now.
Yes.
He got it down, indeed. The referee just checking with his touch judge first. But eventually, Graham Allen says try to the wooden spoon.
Take your time.
Well, we've been saying it's been one man having a go on his own. This time, one man having a go on his own pays off with unbelievable determination to just power through the tackles. It's good footwork, good shape, bouncing off would-be tacklers and barging across the line.
Yeah, stretches out and just gets there. So at least the wooden spoon are up into double figures. 50 points to 10.
Space, gents.
Well, they get away with it. They shouldn't really have let it bounce, but it bounces kindly. Again, pick and go the short route.
Red ruck. Back ball.
Now the time to get it wide. No, he's dummies.
You must realise a player. High tackle penalty. Lucky you're going down. Release!
He's had
Release
several
play!
goes at just trying to get free, but
No, I
hasn't
said
been able to
release
do
play,
it.
Not White. Hands off!
Again, more confident in the handling and linking up and looking for that link, and it's now looking good with a 2-on-1 around the outside. No foot in touch, no try.
Eagle-eyed touch judge on the far side. It's done well to keep up with play and spot that, to be honest. They were absolutely flying down that right-hand side. A blind pass around the corner. Point and denied, though.
Step, please, White. A red. Another step, red. Hold the gap. Both teams up, same time. Let the ball come in. Both up early. Same line out. You cannot jump till it's left his hand. Gap's there, the gap is good. Right, handle that. He held it. Hands off. He was on his feet. Red rock! Red rock! Stay, wait!
A proper clearing kick there. That's the take it up, get away from your own line. That's the first priority.
Absolutely. Get rid, as they say.
And wait.
pace of the game has definitely slowed a little bit.
Controlling the line. Stay in the gap. Out the gap.
Yes, indeed, and we've still got 15 minutes to go.
Go straight, guys. Scrum down.
Not straight at the line out, so scrum given.
Nice to see you, Caps.
And it'll be, of course, the wooden spoon feed, so job done.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a team call so fast for the scrum after a scoring line now.
Everybody's getting tired now.
A chorus of about 8 or 9 voices all yelling it.
Okay, your next, lads. Crouch! Bind! Set! Thank you. Oops. And back. Stay.
On
stay.
comes the shove.
Behind the ball. Behind the player. You know you're being offside.
Well, he's got away from a couple. He's done well. He's got to leave it now, though. He's got to leave it. It's a penalty to
Can't re-engage on the
a
ball.
rugby
It's
school
not going
team.
for the backup.
Carried on rolling and playing.
Whoa! You were on the deck, you had to release the ball, you pulled it back into yourself with nobody there. You're on the deck, you're out of the game.
Absolutely right, referee.
Wait,
You
no,
explained it clearly as well. And you know the players thinking all that effort.
Wouldn't have bothered if that was what you knew the outcome was going to be.
Good fair tackle, nothing wrong with it.
Oh, a nice back inside pass as well. 2 to hand. Now, can they recycle? This is where they haven't got the teamwork. Yep, it's fumbled there, but we come back for a penalty. Not rolling, so they get away with it and have another go.
Not 10!
Not 10.
Not 10!
So yet another go. They just need to learn a little bit of patience.
Well, they're starting to make a little bit of headway, though, aren't they? They're working some field position, getting a few chances.
Well, they got field position, but can they now actually calm themselves enough to take full advantage? That's the real thing.
Well done.
Get the line out straight. That's the first job.
Guys, be guided. Be guided by the AR, please. Do not close that gap. Good, it's out.
Well, it didn't really work as they meant it, but they've got away with it again so far. No, they haven't. Suddenly it goes wide to Port. That's where the rugby school team are so much better. They've got men in support, and they put together half a dozen passes, and suddenly it's a stroll in for the try again. This time, Alex Thompson.
That's so clinical from Rugby School. One error in possession from Wooden Spoon, and Rugby School just stamp on the accelerator, get the ball through the hands, as you say. Half a dozen, 7, 8 maybe passes there. All supremely well timed. And it tries the result, and that aspect of their play has just been brilliant. You know, this is a scratch team, and they're able to put phases together like that, or at least scratch as far as we know. Hey? But they that cohesiveness is so impressive.
Yeah, there's something all a bit too frantic about the wooden spoon passing and individuals going by themselves desperately trying to make a mark, whereas there's certainly much greater team skills and links from the... Well, he's got a kick into touch as well, so good ground made by Rugby School. I mean, basically, they're just a bit more skillful.
It always helps.
Red.
Take a step, White. White, take a step. Right.
Elaborate reverse pass, but he gets away with it. And again, suddenly they're in space. This time he doesn't actually need any help at all. That's Nick Jones jinking his way through again. That's been one of the significant areas of superiority, the fly half spot. He's a playmaker and he's also a finisher and a decent runner himself.
Yeah, Jones has been fantastic, adding to his own personal highlights reel there. Pulled the strings, and every time there's been a break, it feels like the ball has passed through his hands at some point through it. Playing a really controlled and exciting game.
Are they still on the pitch?
Well, it's now 60 points to 10. But the Wooden Spoon side won't care. They're raising good money for their charity, and it's another challenge they've taken on, even if this time they're coming out second best.
Well, exactly, and no more fitting team to be playing in this fixture really than Wooden Spoon. I dare say they symbolise an awful lot of what we think is good about the game of rugby.
Yeah, of course, the charity formed the day after an international in Dublin, when England had been beaten, at a time when they were beaten far too regularly, and the supporters said, well, at least we can do something else, and that's when they formed the Wooden Spoon and set it up as a charity to raise money. So even if they weren't any good, they were doing some good through their rugby support. Great into, but it bounced in field, so that's fine.
Jen, your mark is there. Hit back again. Both sides do not go up until the ball has left the hand. That's fine. Oh, it's not high.
Jink, jink, jink. Nick Potgieter again, the little scrum half. He's got a fast feet, and with him and Jones, well, if he was onside, that's a perfect little chip through and score.
Okay, I'm tired of running up here. 6 to go. 7 minutes.
They're just enjoying themselves out there now, aren't they?
Yeah, Nick Potgieter adding the conversion to his own try. And really, they're quite a classy pair of halfbacks, and that's made a huge difference now.
It's just as well for them that we haven't got a TMO today, because it's about 3 or 4 yards offside. But it did look good.
It did indeed, but they got away with one there, definitely.
Just a small gap.
Plenty of time to get under that, but beautifully taken. Here again, the pass is going to hand. Oh no, not that one. There's one that's gone astray, but he's got so much time. And this time, Alex Thompson takes his time and takes another try. So this is a real rout now, 72-10.
Well, someone said to me at the start of the day that Mike Bailey, his major contribution to this game was going to be 2 passes to set up tries. I would never have believed you. I thought he'd be impacting it through his work in the contact and all that sort of thing. No, it's his creativity in the open.
Tell them to let them score a try. Just tell your team to do this. That'd be easy. Let them get some pride.
Once again, though, it's just great passing from Rugby School. The last one there just going astray, but Mike Bailey, calmness personified under pressure.
Guys, go right, go right. Not going to tackle.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. Apologies from the kick-up.
You're only worthy a sauce yellow.
Referee.
Kick again properly.
Yeah, that's the only thing you do, referee. I guess it's your fault because you got yourself in the way. Trying to take a clever little 10-meter kick and now reverts to the more traditional, puts it high.
I've absolutely never seen that before.
That's it, advantage!
Yeah, they've got key people who can just act as pivots and set up the plays again.
Leave it! Leave it! The pair of you!
That was very ambitious. Is he going to get away with it?
21, you to me, stop the game.
Referee
21, white.
barking his orders.
Off you both go.
I can't believe that chip nearly worked.
He's yellow carding a couple of the guys there, I see.
Okay, sorry.
Off you both go, he says. Now what happened there?
Take your time.
Well, the two players have made up. They've just shaken hands on the touchline, but the referee didn't like it, that's for sure.
Let's warm it up.
Shaking hands and hugs all around now.
Second rows. Straight, please, gents. Second row, white.
Fleeting, whatever it was.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Have it, white. Stay, stay, still in. Went back!
You need to look at the guy you're trying to pass to. Golden rule. Now don't try and go back in there yourself. You won't make it. Right, recycle it.
Leave it! Red ball! Red ball!
Oh,
Play it! Play it! No, he didn't knock on. He came through. You got the ball. Yours was propped wrong.
well, that's it. Away goes Nick Jones again, and nobody's going to get close to him. It's all a bit tired and a bit forlorn at the moment, as far as the wooden spoon's concerned.
Well, no one's even got close enough to Jones to untuck his shirt today. He's been absolutely everywhere.
Armchair ride, mind, so he's enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's a good game to be in the 10 shirt for Rugby School, isn't it?
Misses the conversion attempt from right in front. Referee still talking with his touch judge.
Last minute, gents. Keep it in possession. Keep
Half a minute to go, he says. Yeah, the layoff again goes to hand.
Release, re-engage. Red ball. Back 10. Back white. Ball. Back 10. Not 10. Not 10.
Well, let's hope that bang's not too bad. The weight that came into him was considerable.
Well, fair play to him. He bent his knees, ducked down and took the impact. This is a sizable one. Hopefully just an impact injury and not anything worse than that. Big old boy to bring down.
Indeed. Like a rolling cannonball. That's a shame. It's the last thing you want right at the end of proceedings. We've only got about 15 seconds to go, I think. And until now, the whole day seems to have been pretty injury-free.
Yeah, it's been a great day, hasn't it? We've seen some lovely rugby. This Rugby School men's side have strung together some tries that will live long in the memory. Women's game was a cracker. Thought we were going to get that comeback, didn't quite happen. And of course everyone getting their caps as well.
And certainly Rugby School can say they celebrated the double centenary in style. 79 points to 10 they're leading at the moment, and probably just one more play. But I wouldn't put it past them. They'll nick possession and go right back to the other end, but we'll see.
The wooden spoon just called for the scrum.
I think they have. Well, not such a daft tactic, because that's the one area they have been very superior.
Oh, indeed. You can't accuse them of not having paid attention to the pattern of the game, can we?
And the joy of a scrum, of course, is it does put 16 of the players on the field into one small area, which should give you space outside, but the wooden spoon have shown themselves not really able to exploit it very well. Straight through the middle. Held on to that one, so the game's still alive.
No, don't go to the top, Red. Leave it, White.
Straight through the middle again. Dummy and go. Oh, held on to well, but then lost it in contact, but it went back.
Shit. Sorry. Go back. Went back. Back over.
Few tired bodies out there now, you can see, particularly on the wooden spoon side, sitting out the back of the scrum. Nobody really wants it. Nobody got the energy to dart through a gap. That's a, oh, well, that's very definitely, surely a penalty.
White, penalty.
It's got to be a penalty, yeah. Coming down the short side.
Back to the penalty for White and for Red. Back 10, Jen.
The number of players around each breakdown now just tells you how tired everyone is. There's about 12 players around the last one.
Yes, indeed.
Get the memo. Release.
And even going into contact, the guys are really sort of not doing it with anywhere near the, oh, what a pity. There was a chance for glory right at the death, but a knock on, and that is the end of it. And the final score, 79-10 to Rugby School. And the wooden spoon can put another notch on their list of challenges taken and enjoyed, but they can't put a victory there.
No, they can't, but they've contributed fantastically well to what's been a brilliant day here at Rugby School. Rugby School, though, with a brilliant final flourish to win it 79-10. And from all of us here, John, big thank you to you for coming along and lending your voice to the day's action. I know you've got to shoot off very quickly, so we'll say bye to you now.
Thanks for that, Angus. Real fun, and nice to be part of such an auspicious occasion.
Absolutely right. John, you go and get yourself down. I know you've got some presentations to do. We'll have the highlights for you in a second before we sign off very shortly.
To all players and match officials on the pitch. We're also delighted to welcome John Taylor, who will now do the draw for the raffle.
Well, what a day that was. Some epic tries. We're watching them back here. We've just released the rugby legend that is John Taylor to go and do some presenting, do a raffle draw, I believe, as Alex Groves there receives the trophy on a memorable day here at Rugby School, celebrating 200 years of the game of rugby football rather. Worth me reminding you, for those of you that are in the area, 25th to the 29th of June, you've heard of Glastonbury, I'm sure, but it goes one better here in the Midlands. Festival on the Close. You may have seen the big stage in the background. And from the 25th to the 29th of June, that will be going on right here on the Close. Starts tomorrow. Signs all through town. Be a real treat. Those in the area as the medals are handed out. And a memorable day edges towards its close. It all began with the reenactment way back at the start. Who would have thought we'd see William Webb Ellis in action? But we did. First women's game. First Rugby World Cup. Right the way through to this 200th anniversary. Every player that's ever played for the Rugby School First 15 has received a cap as well. And then we had these two charity games. Wooden Spoon against Rugby School. First a women's game, fittingly won in a really tight encounter by Rugby School, and then in this men's encounter, Rugby School taking it in some style, 79 points to 10. They played some absolutely breathtaking rugby at times. Scratch side, not a bit of it. They were absolutely wonderful. And a real buzz of excitement now around the grounds. These players and many of the dignitaries and old boys that are here today are going to be going off for a big dinner later on. We hosted, I believe, by David Flatman. It's just appeared in front of me now, studiously ignoring me as I try and coax him towards a microphone. Well, we can but try, hey? As the flowers are handed out and the handshakes go around and medals get hung round necks, the action here at Rugby School is all over. But as I say, there is plenty more to come in terms of celebrating 200 years of the game here at Rugby School, starting with the festival on the Close tomorrow up until the 29th of June. They're cycling to Twickenham, the Webb Ellis cycle, I believe it's called. And stay with us here at Next Gen 15 through the rest of 2023 as well, because every single Rugby School First 15 game is being live streamed here on Next Gen 15. It'll be a very, very special 6 months or so to go. It looks as though, oh, there's going to be a raffle draw. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll stick with it through the raffle draw. John Taylor there, his burgundy trousers and his jacket, who's been on the mic all day today. A terrific stint from him, by the way. Near enough 4 hours on the microphone. We've got a winner of the raffle. And they're getting a hamper, so that's nice. Real question with a hamper, though, is what's in it? That's what you want to know. Now, there is the stride of a man who is very happy to have won a hamper. That's the prize he was after. Look at that. He's delighted with that. Let's hope what's inside the hamper does justice to his happiness. This is what it's all about, though. Those players on the field, lining up for the photo, brothers in arms. And of course, they represent the two charities that are being supported throughout the year here at Rugby School. Wooden Spoon, the children's charity of rugby, as John was telling us earlier, set up in the 1980s by some disgruntled England supporters. They've done some incredible work through the years. They really have become the charity that is synonymous with the game of rugby union. And of course Rugby School, who are raising funds for the 1823 bursary. But the presentations are all just about done. Photos just about done. Vicky Henderson there in front of us is being dragged towards having her photo taken and getting a very worthy round of applause, because she is the mastermind behind all of this. She has worked tirelessly and continues to do so. She's been fantastic. She's trying very sheepishly to try and claim it's other people's doing, but it's all been her. She's done a wonderful job along with the team beneath her. But we'll be back with you very soon. As I say, we'll be here every first 15 game here at Rugby School. But in the meantime, enjoy the festival over the next few days. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll catch you very, very soon. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon here on The Close.
We hope if you're not coming back, then you have a safe journey home. Thank you very much.